Right.
Good afternoon, everyone. I call the regular meeting to order at 5:34 p.m. May we please have a roll call?
Yes. Board Member Erin Simental, Board Member Norma Gonzalez, Board Member Patrice Stanzioni,
Present.
Board Member Dolores Rivera, Board Member Dina Flores, Student Board Member Victoria Ceja, Student Board Member Italia Mancilla, Interim Superintendent Dr. Julie Harrison, here. Susan Ibarra, here. Tomiko Lee Nolasco.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a quorum. Approval of the agenda of the regular board meeting of May 19th, 2026. Is there a motion?
Seconded.
Motion by Ms. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Stanzioni. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Preliminary matters, Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Harrison, would you mind introducing our guest this evening?
Yes, thank you. Tonight we have the proud principal of Torch Middle School here to bring two students to us who are outstanding members of the Trojan family here to lead us in the flag salute.
With the green light? Yes, thank you. Good evening, esteemed board members, Superintendent Harrison. We are so honored to be here this evening with you. And I have the honor to introduce two of our most elite Trojan scholars, Miss Brandy Calderon and Ciclali Marquez, who will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Everyone please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you, ladies. Great job. Okay. I wanted to share with you some exciting things that have been going on at Torch recently. The most exciting of which was an amazing field trip that we got to take our students on because of the generous sponsorship of the board and the superintendent. We were able to take 74 of our scholars on an overnight trip to Pali Institute, which is an overnight science camp that's open to students all over LA County. And our students got to be there for 2 nights and 3 days. And they had the most amazing adventures. There were 12 students to each cabin. They were in activity groups each day with a counselor that was assigned to their group. They got to enjoy meals 3 times a day in the cafeteria and fellowship with other students. But in addition to that, they got amazing science camp lessons that included freshwater biology. They got to zip line. They did ropes courses. They did some pottery under the pines. And they really got to bond. There were no cell phones allowed on the camp. So our students, for the first time, spent 3 days of their lives just being fully present in nature, eating healthy food, and having completely new experiences that I'm sure they will never forget. So on behalf of Torch Middle School, our parents, our scholars, our community, we thank you for providing our students with this truly awesome opportunity. And I hope it will be something that will continue as a tradition for years to come, because I know our students had experiences that changed them for life that they will never forget. And I believe we do have a short video that Pally created for our students so that they'll have these memories to bring home with them. Again, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for giving our students this experience that I know they'll never forget.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellerby. And on behalf of the Board of Education, I'd like to present certificates to Siklali and Brandy. So if you guys could come back up to the podium. Just a fun fact about these two young ladies, they're in the ASB class here at Torch, and they were a big part of helping us craft the local control accountability plan feedback. And also Miss Brandy on Dressed Like a Teacher Day, dressed up as Miss Padilla, who's our campus supervisor, and I have an awesome picture of the two of them together. So really, truly the heart and spirit of all of the good things happening here at Torch Middle School. So I'm going to bring you these certificates and we're going to get a quick picture.
Want me to? Okay.
Miss Ellerby.
Are there any comments from the board for our two presenters this evening? Ms. Flores? Get your mic.
Oh, hi. Thank you so much for presenting today. That was great. And I'm very, very excited you had the opportunity to go to Pali. It's a great place. We've actually taken some of our student leaders at Cal State LA. We've taken them there before. There's so much to do. And I love the fact that it's no cell phone.
Yes.
But anyway, thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you for coming in and doing the Pledge of Allegiance. We really appreciate that. We like to hear from the schools of what's going on and what's happening, and if the kids are enjoying it. And I'm happy that the students were able to go to this fun trip. And it's very exciting that they learned a lot, and not just with other students, but a fellowship with their own school. So thank you.
I love the fact that you called them the Torch Elite. That was outstanding. I haven't heard that. That is key. I am so excited that you got to go to science camp and that you got to go to camp. What an excellent use of our money for experiential education. I do hope that it lasts for a very long time. And it's just so nice to see the girls represent here as young leaders, and I hope that continues as well. But go science camp. Very cool.
Thank you again for bringing the students. Ladies, we are so proud of you and your leadership skills. Thank you so much for being here tonight. And I'm very jealous of all the students that got to attend science camp. I know you are correct. This is a life-changing moment for them. And I'm glad that we had just a little bit to do with that. So thank you so much.
Are we three Trojans up here? Yeah, right. So there's three Trojans up here. So thank you for being here.
Elite Trojan.
Yes, at that. It's really great to see Torch. I've been looking forward to it all year. This is the first year where I think we've revived the practice of having the schools come back. So thank you for being here tonight. Even though, thank you for letting us be here. Actually, this is your home. What are we talking about? Thank you for letting us be at Torch Middle School tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for having us.
We will now go on to the second presentation, the recognition this evening, or excuse me, Pledge of Allegiance. Now we move on to presentations, recognitions. The first item is Employee of the Year. Dr. Harrison, would you mind getting us started?
Absolutely. Thank you, Board President Cimentel. I would like to introduce Miss Tomiko Lee Nolasco, our amazing Assistant Superintendent of Human Resource, who has put together a really nice presentation honoring some amazing staff here at our district. So Ms. Lee Nolasco, take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Harrison. Good evening, esteemed board members, Bassett community. Thank you. Please bear with me. My voice is going out a little bit, so I'm going to try to make it through this presentation this evening. But I'd like to welcome everyone and thank you. We're so excited. This is that special time of year that we all look forward to, where we get to recognize all of our employees of the year, in addition to our retirees who served in our district for a very long time. So we're going to honor them tonight. We'd like to begin with our Employee of the Year recognitions. We'll be recognizing each of our site employees that were nominated and voted on by their colleagues and their employees at their school sites. And then we will also be recognizing our district employees of the year. So let's start off with our site classified employees of the year for 2025-26. If we could have our employees of the year, please walk up to Miss Amy Gastelum to receive your plaque, and then we will have our board members please line up in front of our table, and we'll shake the honorees' hands and get a group picture of everyone, okay? Thank you. All right, starting with our Bassett Adult School Employee of the Year, Elijah Repreza, Campus Security Officer. Some of our employees could not make it this evening, but we still would like to honor and recognize them. Next, we have Monica Ponce, Bassett High School ASB bookkeeper. Our Child Development Employee of the Year, Nancy Larios, Family Service Advocate. Congratulations, Nancy. Next, our Don Julian School Employee of the Year, Frank Torres, Custodian 2. And Nancy, if we could just have you wait in the front there, please. Thank you. And for Edgewood Academy, Yolanda Bruce, Secretary 2. Congratulations, Yolanda. And family and friends, we will allow photo opportunities at the end, so please don't worry. Okay. Our Facilities Development and Transportation Employee of the Year, Alejandra Perez, Secretary 3. Congratulations, Yolanda. Next, Nueva Vista High School, Jonas Ramirez, Campus Security Officer. For Sunkist Elementary, Yadira Gonzalez, Instructional Assistant. Congratulations, Yadira. And for Torch Middle School, Mutia Giron, Instructional Assistant, Special Education. Van Wig Elementary, Jacqueline Gonzalez, Child Nutrition Assistant 2. And finally, we would like to present our 2026 District Office Classified Employee of the Year, as well as 2026 District Classified Employee of the Year, Mr. Joseph Carrillo. Joseph is also our CSEA President. Congratulations, Joe. All right, so now we're gonna, if we can have everyone just kind of gather together with our board members, and we're gonna take a nice group picture. Thank you. And we have our, we could have our district employee of the year come. Joe, if you can stand next to your banner. All right, thank you so much, everyone, and congratulations, 2026 Employees of the Year. Teachers next. All right, next we'll be presenting and honoring our 2025, 2026 Certificated Employees of the Year. First, we'll begin with our Bassett Adult School, Mr. Ignacio Gutierrez, Adult School Teacher. For Child Development, Mabel Figueroa, Early Head Start Teacher. Congratulations, Ms. Figueroa. For Don Julian School, Mr. Robert London, Teacher. For Edgewood Academy, Ms. Jennifer Hagopian, Special Education Teacher. For Nueva Vista High School, Ms. Carolina Alcaraz, Teacher, English Teacher. Sunkist Elementary, Ms. Eva Espinosa. Congratulations, Ms. Espinosa. And for Torch Middle School, Andres Orozco. For Van Wyck Elementary, Ms. Alice Munoz. Congratulations, Ms. Munoz. And finally, we would like to recognize our 2026 District Teacher of the Year and Bassett High School Teacher of the Year, Mr. Manuel Gutierrez. Unfortunately, Mr. Gutierrez could not make it with us here this evening. So if we could have everyone please join in the center, our Teachers of the Year, if you could please gather in the center with our board members. No, oh, that's for Mr. Gutierrez, so we don't need that banner. He's not here. We don't need that banner. Oh. It's fine. It's okay. Thank you. One more round of applause for our 2026 Teachers of the Year. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Just stay. All right, and now we would like to recognize our 2025, 2026 certificated retirees. Mr. Martin Velasco. Ms. Jacqueline Larson. Ms. Larson. Congratulations, Ms. Larson. Thank you for your 25 years of service. And we have Ms. Darlene Chico. Congratulations, Ms. Chico, and thank you for 27 years of service to our district. What happened here? Mr. Bruce Derflinger. And next we have Miss Naomi Perez. Congratulations, Ms. Perez, and thank you for your 45 years of service to our district. Sorry, I believe this is on. Okay, there we go. Okay, let me make sure we have everyone here. I think this is on. Okay, Miss Elsa Lopez. There we go. Congratulations, Miss Elsa Lopez, and thank you for 25 years of service to our district. Miss Gwendolyn Anson. Congratulations, Miss Anson, and thank you for your 25 years of service to our district. Miss Shirley Burns. Congratulations, Miss Burns, and thank you for 25 years of service to our district. Miss Angela De Jesus. Okay, if I could have all of our retirees, please stand in the middle, and we'd like to get a photo of everyone. Oh, I don't know why that's. Thank you. Now we would like to recognize our 2025-2026 classified retirees. And we would like to begin with Mr. Henry Acero. Miss Berta Carrera. Congratulations, Berta, and thank you for your 15 years of service to our district. And finally, Miss Hilda Melgar. Congratulations, Miss Melgar, and thank you for 16 years of service to our district. Oh, okay, there we go, perfect. All right, thank you. If we can have one final round of applause for all of our retirees. And we just want to thank everyone for joining us this evening to recognize and honor our employees who've served within our Bassett students and community for so very long. We will miss all of you. We do have some light refreshments that we would like to have offer to our employees and our family members who joined this evening. So we'll take a brief, maybe 10-minute recess to take your pictures and enjoy the desserts over there. We also have, we have the boxes that your plaques came in. So if you'd like to see Ms. Gastelum, she has the box for you. So you can keep them in there. Thank you so much.
We'll stand in recess for a brief reception for our honorees. Good evening. We will reconvene out of the recess. We will continue with presentations, recognitions, item 3, a math textbook adoption presentation. Would the superintendent recognize our next speaker?
Yes, thank you, Board President Cimental. I would like to bring up Mr. Jason Tveit, who is our curriculum coordinator for Bassett Unified and has done an outstanding job with our pilot for mathematics adoption TK-12. Mr. Tveit, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Cimental, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Harrison. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to present to you the results of our extensive math adoption process. It's truly been an honor to guide the teachers through this learning process together. And the slides are, oh, here we go. Okay, so on the screen, you can see that on the second slide that we have 3 subcommittees, elementary, middle, and high school. 25 teachers participated on the committee and piloted materials in the classroom. They attended many, many meetings with me and with our 6 different publishers that we were working with. They collaborated together and working on their final recommendations. And so I know we have a few in the audience tonight. I just want to invite, if you were on the Math Adoption Committee, teachers, if you're here, if you would please stand to be recognized. We have a few. Yeah. It's a lot of work, and it's rewarding work, but we really appreciate their efforts. In addition to getting feedback from our teachers, we wanted to make sure that we included student voices. And in the past, we have surveyed our high school students, but this is the first time that we have created age-appropriate surveys for our elementary students and middle school students as well. You can see some examples on the screen of questions that were asked, like asking the lower grades, if the book helped them out, in the little happy face or a sad face, stuff like that. So it was engaging. We had hundreds of responses from students, and we used that data. The teachers took that in consideration when they had their final deliberations. So gathering feedback, as I said, from hundreds of student responses, from the teachers sharing their own experiences and all the collaboration that they did, as well as the work we did with each publisher. We also had a public display of our adoption materials. You could see a picture there on the screen. That was at the Parent Center the first week of May. We did have one visitor. Thank you, President Cimental, for coming by and checking out the materials. Unfortunately, we didn't have any other parents, but we are constantly looking for new ways to engage with our parents and want their voices included as much as we can. They took all these things into consideration to build consensus. So the elementary subcommittee, as you can see on the screen, is recommending for adoption the California Mathematics, Classroom Mathematics California. This is from Curriculum Associates. It is recommended to be the adoption from TK through 5th grade. On the right side of the screen, you can see Imagine I Am California. This is from Imagine Learning. It is the only certified illustrative math program that is available. Both of these programs are approved by the California Department of Education and come with the highest recommendations for our committee. We are confident that they will meet our students' and teachers' needs. They are aligned to the California framework and are challenging. They are challenging and rigorous and will push our students towards problem-based learning and more illustrative math, especially at the high school. Our middle school, sorry, wrong slide. Our middle school subcommittee was not completely satisfied with our two final candidates, if you will, the two final products that we were looking at. They felt that they needed a little more time, and with Dr. Harrison's support and myself, we are going to continue that work with them in the fall. We want to make sure that we're not rushing a decision, that we are continuing to shop around for the best possible fit for our students. And we look forward to bringing you probably what will be a mid-year adoption next year for middle school mathematics. And I thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oh, I dropped that. Mr. DeVite, any questions from the board? Ms. Gonzalez?
Thank you so much for your presentation today. I'm just curious, what is the middle school currently using? What textbooks?
They use California mathematics from HMH. And they'll continue to use that board-approved curriculum until something else is adopted.
Thank you.
Ms. Danzioni?
Thank you for the presentation. I am excited to see that you chose one that I actually had an experience with in being on the adoption panel earlier this year for the state. It's exciting to see, especially since they are now aligned with all the standards. They have every single bell and whistle we need. They are culturally appropriate. They're not too much for our ELD kids, but they're not too little for all of our children. Thank you for putting in this rigorous process and getting something that should help our scores. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. If there's no further questions, thank you, Mr. DeVite. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll now go on to student board member comments.
Don Julian Elementary highlights. We kicked off state testing with a school-wide rally that encouraged effort, confidence, good attendance, and academic success. We celebrated over 180 students who met or exceeded state standards with a fun carnival to honor their hard work. We held a Friends-themed Teacher Appreciation Week that brought students together, families, a PTA, and staff to celebrate our amazing teachers. Middle school students spent a STEM day at Dodger Stadium, taking part in hands-on activities, enjoying a Dodger game while connecting learning to real careers. Kindergartners and first grade students explored science through the Aquarium on Wheels visit on campus. Third graders took a trip to the California Science Center to learn through interactive explorations. Don Julian continues to support strong attendance, student engagement, a positive school culture through our Every Lion, Every Day, Pride and Progress. Lions Locked In Focus. Edgewood Academy highlights. We hosted our Mother-Son Dance on May 13, giving students and families a fun night together, building strong school connections. Our 8th graders enjoyed their end-of-the-year trip to John's Incredible Pizza, and valedictorian speeches are currently being reviewed. We're proud of their hard work and can't wait to celebrate them at promotion. Our social work intern recently gave a family presentation on cyber safety and summer well-being, offering helpful tips and resources for parents. We're looking forward to a PBIS Carnival on June 4th to celebrate positive behavior and student engagement. We also celebrated Teacher Appreciation Week and are recognizing our classified staff this week for all they do to support Edgewood Academy. Van Wyck Elementary highlights. Good evening, Van Wyck is on the move. TK to 2nd grade students finished the LPAC, and 3rd to 5th graders are working hard on the SBAC test. We held our 2nd annual color run and raised $13,000. More than 240 students met their AR goal and earned a magic show as a reward. Students are preparing for an end-of-the-year field trips, activities, and promotion events. Van Wyck scholars are working hard, and we're proud of the great things happening on campus. It's an exciting time to be a Wildcat. Go Wildcats. Good evening from Sunkist Elementary. Our 3rd to 5th grader Tiger scholars are in the middle of state testing. We are very proud of their focus and effort. Students are working towards their end-of-the-year AR reading goals, and we are planning an ice cream party to celebrate their success. We will also recognize perfect attendance with the movie field trip, and we are reviewing plans for bicycle awards since donations may not cover every student. We are considering a raffle for eligible students. Next year, our SDC program will transition to Sunkist for grades K to 3rd, bringing the program together on one campus. We are excited for this positive change. Finally, we are looking forward to June 8th when the BMX experience visits Sunkist for a fun event for our Tiger Scholars.
Torch Middle School highlights. SBAC testing. Students are taking the state test in math, language arts, and science. They've prepared well and we're excited to see their progress. Principal for a day. College football player Jerry Yin visited on May 8th, encouraging students and staff. We look forward to having him back for Career Day. 8th grade activities are promoting 8th graders are enjoying end-of-year events, including a trips to Knott'sberry Farm, movie night, field day, and a picnic. Children Elite. Top achieving students will receive the LA County Fair on May 21st as a reward for their positive choices and academic success. Career Day. On May 21st, community professionals will visit classrooms to share their careers and education paths, helping students connect school learning to real-world jobs. Bassett High School highlights. Good evening from Bassett High School. We are proud of our students and staff as we finish another successful school year. Our spring sports had a strong season, with boys varsity baseball growing and the girls program gaining excitement and participation. 2 boy tennis players and 2 badminton players also advanced to league, showing great effort and skills. BHS continues to support students through meaningful campus events. On May 13th, we hosted Wellness Wednesday, connecting students with community partners who share resources for students and family well-being. On May 16th, the class of 2026 enjoyed a fun and memorable senior prom filled with school spirit. Academically, we're proud of our seniors as graduation approaches. Awards night on June 2nd will honor students earning the Seal of Literacy, academic and scholarships. This year, 65 seniors have already committed to 4-year universities. Our juniors and AP students are also wrapping up their exams after weeks of preparation. Bassett High School continues to grow, achieve, and thrive because every day is a great day to be an Olympian. Nueva Vista High School highlights. Good evening from Nueva Vista High School. As we enter the final weeks of the school year, students and staff are focused on academic progress and preparation for graduation. Juniors are completing state testing in math, English, and science, and teachers are supporting them throughout the process. Our CTE programs remain strong, and we are exploring second-year pathways in HVAC and graphics to expand opportunities for students. Ms. Torres continues to meet with seniors to make sure they finish their graduation requirements, community hours, and coursework on time. Students and families are also getting ready for senior events, including senior breakfast, grad night, and graduation. Students recently enjoyed prom, celebrated with music, dancing, and friends. Last week, we honored our teachers during a Teacher Appreciation Week. And this week, we are celebrating our classified staff for the important work they do every day. Thank you. And remember, it's always a great day to be an explorer.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to informational items, public comments related to closed session. We will first hear from Laura Arneson. We have 2. This is regarding negotiations. Then one. I'm sorry? Oh, where are they going? Would you like to have Wendy go first? Okay, is that what that is? Okay. Sorry, Wendy Camargo, regarding negotiations, and then just 1 second till they get the timer up. Do we usually pick a time? No, sorry. You'll have, the Bassett Teachers Association will be recognized later. So this would just be your individual public
Okay,
comments.
so I do have both. So I have some individual comments that I'd like to make. So these are the opinions of just me. The
Yeah,
other
minutes
ones
for
would
those.
be
And the
the
PTA could
opinions
have the other time.
of our United BTA. So good evening. My name is Wendy Camargo. I'm 4th grade teacher at Don Julian. And I wanted to talk about some of our academic programming for next year. I wanted to revisit the iReady online version. I realize Curriculum Associates for our recommended math is separate from their online component. But again, that if we canceled IXL because they were selling our data, that I feel that we should be considering to also have the same end for iReady so that they are not continuing to sell our student data to whomever they are selling it to and for whatever reasons that they want. I'm sure none of them good. The next one I wanted to touch on is our testing calendar for next year. We are in the midst of SBAC right now, and it is really brutal on our kids. It is very time consuming. It's very taxing, especially on our English language learners and our students who are struggling to meet the grade level standards. But as soon as we're done, hopefully, not all of us will be done on Friday. We jump right into iReady testing next week, I believe on Wednesday. It's so much assessment. I know that iReady's gotten pushed from spring break to after to now. Our children are just testing too much. And I want you to really consider how much educational time, how much instructional time is lost to assessment. So we're losing, of course, the 3 weeks or so for SBAC, but we lose almost 2 weeks every time we give an iReady diagnostic and an additional close to 2 weeks every time we give a benchmark. So start adding that up every trimester. That's 2 weeks for a benchmark, 2 weeks for an iReady diagnostic, 2 weeks for another iReady benchmark, 2 weeks for another test here. And those are the ones that I do in 4th grade, let alone the LPAC that comes in and the 2nd grade test that they have to take for the gifted program. I don't remember what it's called. It's so much instructional time wasted. We feel like we come back from January and we're basically testing from January to June. So I really implore you to let's take a look at that. Let's do something so that our kids are getting the most of their instructional time. The last thing for me personally is teacher induction. Am I okay?
I think that was the 3 minutes
Okay.
for you specifically.
Okay.
So if you have more, it could be.
Please don't forget teacher induction for our new teachers that are going to get hired. They really deserve to not pay that $4,000 a year. Thanks. Okay.
Laura this time. Sorry about that, going out of order. You good? Okay. We will now go into public comments related to open session and non-agenda matters, and I realize I didn't read the script. Oops. 1 second. Perfect. The board will now hear public comments related to open session agenda items and matters under the board's subject matter jurisdiction. In order to conduct the public business of the district in an organized manner for the privacy and safety of community members and to help the district staff respond more directly, the board requires that public comments comply with certain procedures, including when addressing the board, speakers are requested to identify themselves and speak from the podium. Speakers may address only items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers may not reserve or grant any portion of their speaking time to other speakers. Speakers are expected to maintain order, decorum, and not disrupt the meeting or use profanity when addressing the board. Complaints should follow the district complaint procedure before addressing the board, and speakers are to adhere to the applicable time limit of 3 minutes. The total time allotted for public comment on open session agenda items is at 20 minutes. In the event the estimated time for public comments based on the number of interested speakers will exceed 20 minutes, the presiding officer may equitably decrease individual speaking time as to permit as many voices as possible. Pursuant to state law and board bylaws, the presiding officer may remove a disruptive individual from the board meeting so long as the individual is first warned by the presiding officer that their behavior is disrupting the meeting and failure to cease such behavior may result in removal. If the behavior does not promptly cease, the individual may be removed. To ensure speakers can be heard clearly, members of the audience are requested to maintain a quiet listening environment, which is currently silent in here, and silence electronic devices, even from the board. The board is committed to facilitating the public comment portion of the meeting in an inclusive and organized manner to hear from the community in which the board serves and is accountable to. Thank you. We will now hear from Fletcher Johnson.
Well, good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Recently, I had a meeting with some people they asked me questions about what you guys were looking for a superintendent. We went around for about an hour and a half, and we all left there sweating. So I decided to make something up that may flow a little easier. As the board considers the next superintendent, I hope that the focus stays on one thing above all else: students' preparation and real educational results. I have heard it said that our school may be performing better than nearby districts, but I don't believe comparison should be the standard. The real question is whether or not students are truly prepared for life after high school? Can they read and comprehend at grade level? Can they communicate clearly, write efficiently, and think critically? Can they write an essay, apply for a scholarship or a grant, succeed in college, enter a trade, or walk into a workforce with confidence that they are outcome? These are the outcomes that matter. Facilities and new buildings are important, but they never become more important than the quality of education happening inside the classroom. A beautiful campus means very little to students are graduating without strong academic and life skills. I also encourage to see the districts expand trade and career programs such as electrical, plumbing, and medical fields. That is a positive step because not every student will choose a four-year college path, and that's perfectly okay with me. What we need is a well-rounded superintendent who understands the students learn differently and succeed in different ways. One who supports high academic achievements for college-bound students while also making sure other students graduate with real-world skills and career opportunities, and especially for those students who are still trying to find direction. We need leadership that guides them instead of letting them all fall through the cracks. I also believe this district needs leadership that is willing to think beyond averages. One size fits all approach. Over the last several years, we've all seen concerns about declining learning outcomes. That means we need someone who is willing to evaluate what is and what is not.
Then we'll hear from Jesse Maruka.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, board members. This is my first time here, so bear with me. So I'm here today because my child does not feel safe at school. My child was threatened by another child. This threat was that this other child wanted to stab my child with a pair of scissors on his back. The student who made the threat was allowed back on campus. Currently, that student was allowed back today, and I wasn't told about this if not for the principal giving me a call, letting me know what was going on. So I'm here today because I wanted to share with you guys, and also I want you guys to understand as a parent of what I'm feeling and what other parents are feeling, because it just wasn't my child. It was another child as well that was involved. But not only do you have just two kids, but you have multiple, hundreds of kids here that go where this child had an episode, and the reason why this child said what this child said was because she found that both of these kids were annoying, and that caused her to wanting to do that to my child. So I'm asking for you guys to review on why is this child let back, and why is this child not onto another school? You have another middle school, you can put them in another middle school. The parent told the principal, we want a no contact contract done. My child walked through the same, he walked in the entrance where that child was today in the morning. The contact that they have, they're gonna have contact. That child goes to Miss Alonso every day because of the situation that that child is in. So there's gonna be contact from my child and that child, that they're gonna come across each other. So what are we doing? Are we taking scissors away? We taking staplers away? We're taking pencils, lead pencils away? Are we doing any of that? I doubt it. but just feel how I feel, the unsafe that my child is here. My child doesn't want to go to school. Is that correct? That my child doesn't want to go to school? We feel, me and my wife feel that we don't have the support either of the school or the district or both, because they're all pointing the fingers of, well, this person let him back. No, this person let him back. Well, who did it? Does the board know of this? I urge you to find out the details, please, because my child won't come back if this child is here. And hopefully this gets resolved. And I guess I end my time. Thank you so much.
We will now move on to communications, educational partner comments, the Bassett Teachers Association.
All right, it's me again. So this is my BTA. So these are the comments from our executive board tonight. So good evening, board members, superintendent, staff, and community members. Couple of things that we want to highlight tonight. First, regarding negotiations, district employees have continued showing up every day for students with professionalism, dedication, and care. Staff have remained committed to supporting students even during a difficult and lengthy negotiation process. It is time to move forward and work toward a fair settlement on salary, benefits, and retirement. We know that CSEA has a retirement, a pathway to Medicare. We are seeking the parity that CSEA has so that all employees are covered from 55 to 65 to have some access and some support from the district for a lifetime of working here, so that people can retire with dignity when they see fit, not when they have to hold out till 65 till Medicare. I'm going to put just a little bit of personal stuff in here. So I'm late this evening. I apologize, because I was at Kaiser waiting for a specialist appointment. The good news is I'm fine, and the good news is my specialist was excellent, but I had that care. Now, had I been 60 and struggling or ill, I would still have to continue to work in this district to maintain the level of care that I have today. And I'm not 55, not yet, but it's coming. And I just feel like I know that you all are sitting up there, and I know that you hear us. And when we sit in negotiations, it's not always communicated that you hear us. So I beseech you tonight, when you go into closed session, to please talk with our litigation, talk with the BUSD negotiation team on what BTA is sending across the table. We also know that the district currently has over $20 million in unrestricted reserves. That raises an important question. Why are we not investing more of these resources directly into students right now? Why are we limiting things like summer opportunities? And honestly, why are we limiting the benefits that we are giving to our teachers that they so rightly deserve? We have an opportunity to invest in both students and staff while maintaining a strong district. This contract could be settled within the next week if there is a commitment to working collaboratively toward reasonable solutions. I encourage all parties to continue moving forward in good faith so we can put this behind us and focus on fully supporting our schools. Regarding the superintendent search, many of us appreciate the transparency, stability, and leadership we have seen throughout this process. Strong leadership matters, especially during times of transition, and we value the consistency and direction that have supported staff, students, and families. We encourage the board to give serious consideration to the leadership already being demonstrated. I also want to congratulate, or we want to congratulate, this year's scholarship recipients. Your hard work and accomplishments have made your families, teachers, and community proud. We wish you success in the next chapters of your life. Also, congratulations as well to our Teachers of the Year. Thank you for the dedication, compassion, and impact you make on students every day. This recognition is well deserved. And finally, congratulations to this year's retirees. Two of my close friends are sitting back here with us. Thank you for Thank you for your years of service and commitment to students, families, and our district. Your work has made a lasting difference, and we wish you all the best in your retirement. In closing tonight, I hope we continue moving forward together with a shared focus on supporting students, valuing staff, and building a strong future for the district. Also, don't forget those brand new teachers you're going to hire because they're going to need induction and it's expensive for them. So please consider keeping that in your budget. I don't exactly know where that fits in, but I know you guys can figure that out. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Madam Clerk, I believe you had a communication from the BTA president.
I do, but I would like to defer. Would you like to read this, Ms. Camargo, as you're here? You were not here when I planned on reading it.
All right, so this is our BTA President Carla Mahaffey's statement about the pilot program for math. Okay, dear board members, I am writing this email because I am unable to attend the next board meeting, and I wanted to take a moment to recognize and commend the outstanding work of Mr. Chavite and Dr. Harrison regarding the district's math adoption process this year. Oh, nice job. In all my years in the district, this is the first time I have experienced a curriculum adoption process that felt so transparent, inclusive, and truly centered on what is best for students and teachers. Under Dr. Harrison's guidance and support, Mr. DeVite created a thoughtful and well-planned process that included teacher voice at every level, from selecting which programs would be piloted in classrooms to the committee discussions and final recommendations. Teachers were respected as professionals throughout the process, and even student input was considered, which speaks volumes about the commitment to making an informed decision. One of the most impressive outcomes was the elementary team's ability to come to an almost unanimous agreement on a program recommendation. Nice. We also learned that the high school team had met and was able to identify a program that met their needs. What stood out most, however, was the middle school process. The middle school team initially found themselves evenly divided between programs. Instead of forcing a decision, meaningful discussion took place, and committee members openly shared concerns that neither program fully met the needs of teachers or students. Some even expressed that they would prefer to bring back supplemental supports such as IXL. Yeah, me too. Once reminded that this adoption would impact classrooms for the next 8 years, middle school teachers overwhelmingly requested the opportunity to continue piloting materials into next school year to ensure the district gets it right. Oh, there's more. What impressed me most was the leadership shown in that moment. In the past, it may have been easy to rush or impose a decision. Instead, with Dr. Harrison's support, Mr. Tavite honored teacher expertise and informed the committee that middle school would have the opportunity to continue piloting next year. Teachers on the committee were incredibly grateful and expressed that they felt respected, heard, and valued. I would also like to recognize Dr. Harrison for her message to the committee, thanking teachers for their time and expressing hope that the process had not felt like a waste. That simple acknowledgement demonstrated authentic leadership. Teachers did not feel their time was wasted. In fact, quite the opposite. Taking the time to make the right decision will positively impact students and teachers for years to come. Kudos to both Mr. Tavai and Dr. Harrison for leading a process that modeled transparency, collaboration, and trust in teacher expertise. This is what meaningful leadership looks like, and it deserves recognition. Respectfully, Carla Mahaffey, BTA President. Nice job.
Were there any comments from the California School Employees Association? All right, hearing none, we will go on to board member comments. Board member Dina Flores. Excuse me. Superintendent comments, Dr. Julie Harrison.
Thank you, Board President Cimental. I just want to take a quick moment to thank those that showed up tonight and strategically with our torch poly. They're amazing. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, let me start over. Sit, Lolly, and Brandy, thank you for leading our pledge tonight, and Torch for their presentation for the Poly Institute. Just personally, a little personal quick story. I went to a science camp in the 7th grade, and it set me on a path to be an educator. So I was a science teacher, and I'm not sure how I wound up here, but it started with a really amazing opportunity to go to science camp. So I just can't thank them enough at the school site here for seeing that opportunity and harnessing it for students, because it is a life changer. Congratulations to our awesome staff members and recognition of their amazing service to our community, whether it be through their retirement and all those amazing years they spent with us, giving back to our community and our students, or whether it be our teachers and classified of the year. The extra that they pour into our students is really quite meaningful. So, and thank you to BTA. We appreciate you always coming out and sharing with us. And I would be remiss not to completely shout out Mr. Tavite for the textbook adoption process. And he meaningfully does everything, and so thoughtfully. So I appreciate you, Mr. Tavite, for leading the process and just honoring the teacher voice. So thank you.
Ms. Dina Flores.
Good evening, Bassett. It feels like it's forever since we had a board meeting. God, it was April, I think, a regular board meeting. So I'd like to start by saying I hope all the wonderful moms in our district enjoyed a beautiful Mother's Day and felt celebrated and appreciated for all that you do. And again, thank you to our Torch Middle School students, middle school students, Lali and Brandy, that led us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I too am so excited that they have the opportunity to go to Pally Mountain. It's a great facility and it's a great experience for them. Hopefully we can continue to do that. In celebration of Teacher Appreciation Week, what was the first week of May? Thank you to all our teachers for the dedication and care that you give to all our students every day. And I believe this week is classified staff. Thank you for all you do to support our students and our families. Congratulations to all the certificated and classified employees of the year. Thank you so much for all that you do. And congratulations also to our classified and certificated retirees. I'm so excited for you all as you enter this new chapter, this next chapter in your life. So I had the opportunity in Principal for a Day to be the Don Julian Principal for the day. It was really a lot of fun. We did a snack cart and we got to go to all the classrooms. Some of them were having testing, so we had to kind of be careful. But they came out thinking like, oh my God, what's going on? And we took the cart and they were celebrated with choice of snacks, drinks, and things like soft drinks or water, whichever they chose. That was really nice. It was a very nice surprise, and I was very happy and excited to be a part of that. Bassett High School celebrated their 60th anniversary. It was really great. It was a very, very nice community event. And to see all the community that came out, and there was a lot of delicious food. Of course, I couldn't try all of it, but there was a lot of delicious food, and there was a car show. So I love vintage cars. So anyway, that was really great. I'm already looking forward to the 65th anniversary. And in closing, I'd like to say thank you to Supervisor Solis for her generous donation of 40 laptops to support Bassett Unified School District students. Each of our campuses will receive 8 laptops. The high school, Nueva Vista, Torch Middle School, Don Julian, and Sunkist. There should be Van Wig too. Okay, so each of them will receive 8 laptops. So this is really great. These devices will expand access to technology, enhance learning opportunities, and support student success in and beyond the classroom. That's about all I have for today. Yeah, for this evening. Thank you, everybody, for everything. Good evening, Bassett.
Board Member Dolores Rivera.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming and helping us to celebrate all our teachers and classified employees and the ones that are retiring. It's hard to see a lot of them go, all of them go, because they're such great teachers. They've given a lot to our district. They have gone on beyond the classroom with our students. So but I know they're moving on to the next chapter of their life, which we all do. So congratulations on the retirees. Congratulations on the Teacher of the Year and all the teachers. I know some of the, Mr. Gutierrez was in band, so he can't be here. That's how dedicated they are to the students. The adult school teacher teaches at night, so also, you know, they prefer staying with their students, and I thank them for that. I also like to thank Torch for their hospitality and to the students that came and did the Pledge of Allegiance. Congratulations. Thank you for doing that. And I'm so happy that they all got to go to, most of them got to go to that science camp. It's great. My kids never wanted to go because their idea of roughing it is a Motel 6 for 5 sharing 1 bathroom. And so they never went. One of them went and he came back that same night. But I know that other children do have a great time at this camp, and they're really come back with a lot of experience and the fellowship with other students that they meet and with each other, the closeness that they built while they're there. So I'm so happy that they were able to go and get this experience. And I hope everybody had a great Mother's Day. Sunday was beautiful. And what else? I think that's about it. Just congratulations to all that have been giving us their support, and to, not us so much, but to the students. Thank you for taking care of our students. The parents and the community appreciate it. So thank you and good night.
Board Clerk Patrice Stanzioni.
Good evening. As we wind down the school year and on the heels of classified and certificated weeks, I have to commend all the students, the faculty, the staff of our schools for getting through yet another year. We continue to have challenges in our country, in our community, and sometimes even in our classrooms, but the teachers and the support staff have done it. They've made it through another day, and hopefully they've effectively and positively impacted their students, our students. When we do that, we improve our community, so thank you. And a special thank you to our retirees for all of your years of service. You didn't come here because you made a lot of money. You came here and stayed here because you loved it, and we are so grateful. In my 4.5 decades of teaching, I've worked with many, many people and gone to many, many board meetings, including coming to Bassett board meetings starting in 1971, sometimes frequently, sometimes infrequently, but always staying the course for my community and the quality of education therein. In all my years of experience with my hometown, it's been rare that I've had the great good luck of having our community and our partners in education come out and speak so positively. Usually we hear all the bad things, all the rotten things that we're doing wrong, but in these last few months, I've heard people come out and say how much things are going well. Just like the letter you read. I'm glad that we've made that turn now in our district. That being said, it must be remembered that even people at the top always will drive for more. We have so many more exciting things to come in our community. The possibilities are endless, and dreams will come true here. I've always lived in faith. As a second-generation American, as a child of children of the Great Depression, yeah, I'm really old, as a child of 2 parents who more than 100% committed to improving our community here in Bassett and our district, and as a cancer survivor, I have to live in faith. And I've always said, as I've said before since my appointment in 2014, I believe that our children deserve more, not equal to, but they deserve to be on the map. And as we find our flagship focus, I'm excited about that for our district. I'm grateful for all of you, our teachers, who make all of that happen, to our support staff. Without them, we couldn't do anything, and to admin and management, who we need to organize it all. I'm most excited about the chance to move forward. We have a lot of challenges in America right now, but we also have hope. As our graduates leave our embrace, we wish them well as they follow their dreams. We will always be here to support them. And as they come back to support our community, we'll welcome them again with open arms. I have only 2 more days left in my classroom with my students, and summer school starts Tuesday. But it's like a new door is opened, a new door with hope. I have to thank the people who wrote the letters and called and have supported our forward movement in Bassett with their positive support. I'm listening. Keep communicating and keep speaking up. Your voice matters, you matter, our children matter. So I didn't get to go to the events because I teach in a classroom during the day. I didn't get to go to the celebration, even though it was part of my heart, because I was at Science Olympiad with my competition science team. Would love to have chaperoned the science camp, that's for sure. Maybe we'll look into that if they go again. But I know all of us are up here for the same purpose. We want to move forward, and I see that hope right in front of us right now. Just stay with us and we will get there. I promise. Thank you.
Board Vice President Norma Gonzalez.
Good evening. I want to start off by acknowledging our BTA partners. Thank you so much for coming and keeping us abreast of everything. To mirror what Board Member Stanzioni said, that yes, communication is key. So thank you for feeling comfortable to reach out to us, and please continue to. We are listening and we will help as best as we can. I want to also acknowledge our parents that are here tonight for bringing up their concerns. We will definitely be speaking to the superintendent to make sure that she reaches out to you and see if we can come up with some type of resolution here for you. We encourage all the community members to always voice their concerns. So thank you for letting us know what is happening. It's hard sometimes to, keep in the know of what individual things are happening in all the schools. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Moving on to our classified week. Thank you to all the classified staff. I've said this from the beginning. Us educators couldn't do what we do without our classified staff. So thank you. This is your week. Enjoy it, relish it. And thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that our classified staff does for us in the classroom. It definitely enables us to do what we do. I want to say a quick thank you to Ms. Janelle Sanchez for meeting with Board Member Flores and myself to clarify a few budget concerns that we had. So thank you so much for being flexible with us. I really do appreciate that. I was also able to attend the principal for a day. I was fortunate enough to visit Nueva Vista and Bassett High School along with La Puente Council Member Gabriel Quiñones. I do want to thank Dr. Maldonado Rios for really highlighting the amazing things that the educators and the staff at Bassett High School are doing. I believe 100% that the council member left blown away at all of the things that are happening on this side of his town. I think, and it really opened the door to the council people to not forget that Bassett is here. Bassett is unincorporated and we don't have a city council of our own. And so we are still attached to La Puente City proper. So thank you for Councilmember Gabriel Quiñones for taking the time out of his day to come and see our high school and see the amazing pathways that are happening there now. To our retirees, I want to mirror what my fellow board member said. Thank you for your years of service. Thank you for always showing up for our students. Thank you for everything that you have done. And your love of Bassett, we can see it. So thank you. We will definitely be looking into the concerns from our community and our BTA partners. So I just wanted to say that one last time before I said goodnight. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Reiterating what my colleague, Ms. Gonzalez, said to the parent who spoke earlier, as we had the opportunity to speak briefly during the recess, we'll definitely look into the concerns you had. And as my colleague mentioned prior, to our retirees and staff honorees of the year. Always incredible. It's always nice, especially to see the staff who I know personally, of course, I'm prejudiced to, whether if they were the teacher down the hall at my time at Sunkist, or if they were helping me make puppets in this very gymnasium when I was at Torch here, or if they were that, teacher that I always avoided in high school because I heard all the things of like how hard they might be, and I'm like, don't get me signed there. So it's always really incredible to be able to be in this position and see them off into the new side of the house. I guess partial to Berta in the superintendent's office. We're very happy that she's off to her retirement. So it's always a pleasure. To the 60th anniversary, I was not able to attend, very unfortunately, but I've heard all the great things from our team who was there, and hoping we could continue this potentially, whether if it's, at the big numbers or maybe every year, however we could partner with our community in this city to make sure that we have that Bassett Pride opportunity for our community. Last night, I attended the last association meeting for the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association. It was a quite riveting meeting because I unfortunately serve as parliamentarian. I had to do that stuff because there was a lot of bylaw stuff. But I'm very happy to report, as I did last meeting, where I shared that I will be returning to the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly. I'll be returning to the Los Angeles County Trustees Association on its executive board. Looking forward to the new officers we have as a county to make sure that we are continuing to fight for all of the students who call Los Angeles County their home. My colleagues will find I have a Protect 98 pin at the dais for you all. That's what we got yesterday from the LACO staff. Prop 98 is the constitutional guarantee that the governor has been for several years now been illegally manipulating. And that is a detriment to all school districts throughout California. That is denying us the monies we need for everything, whether if it's negotiations, whether if it's facilities improvement, whether if it's instructional materials, it's all the things that we need from the state that they are manipulating. So that's important, and we got a pin from it. So thank you to LACO. Well, I'm talking about the county. I think it was one of my colleagues who also brought up Supervisor Solis's generous donation, and that has to be recognized. So I appreciate the supervisor for continuing to support us with the laptops. There's been a lot since we met regularly. I mean, both, but regularly, specifically with, our civil rights. We are living in a new age of Jim Crow with the attack of voting rights across this country. I think that's deserving to be called out, especially as we prepare for the end of the year activities where we as a school district, we're here to prepare the next generation. As one of the members of the public said, it's not just to get college graduates, that's not everyone's pathway, to get folks to be ready and prepared for life, to be prepared to be part of our society. And it's always just a bit more terrifying and scary to see the new world that we're all living in. Or not necessarily new world, but a world that this country once was and that we are regressing back to that. It's a lot, and I've been somewhat nihilistic for a lot of reasons, but this is in the fun way to kind of make it funny. My last board meeting in my 20s. So that's always sad. But I am looking forward to the end of the year celebrations. We will meet again before our high school graduation. So our student board members have one more meeting with us. Have ASB elections happened yet? Are those done? Oh my goodness. Well, I don't want to ask on the spot unless you guys want to announce who are the new officers. Sorry to put you on the spot. I'm putting you on the spot.
No, we got reelected, thankfully, yeah. And then did you want to know the rest or? So it was me, President, Italia, Vice President, Secretary was Melissa Santiago, and then our treasurer is Marisol Campos, and then Chief Justice was Camila Morales, and then is that one it? That's it, yeah. So super
Congratulations.
exciting.
Then knowing that you are returning, you have a whole year under your belt. And I really, 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 really commend you both to think how you could leverage the experience of being here and improve it. for the students you represent. You know, you two might be the student board members, but you absolutely do represent the constituency, not only of Bass High School, but all the students of our district. As much as you have capacity to, I just encourage it. It's not a directive, but please, however you can make this experience worthwhile, that's your summer homework, if I could, on behalf of the board, suggest it. But congratulations. So then we'll see you next year. So we'll recognize you next month still for the service you've had this time, but congratulations. And those are my comments for the night. Thank you. We will now go into closed session. Item 1 is conference with legal counsel, potential litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. Item 3 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. And item number 4 is conference with labor negotiators, Board President Aaron Cimental and Salvador Holguin Jr., General Counsel, in the matter of underrepresented employee. We will go into closed session at 7:13 p.m. Good evening. We will reconvene at a closed session at 11:02 p.m. May we please have a report at a closed session, Madam Clerk? Microphone, please.
In closed session on a motion by Ms. Gonzalez and a second by Ms. Rivera, and a vote of 5 members approved, 0 members opposed, and 0 members abstained, the governing board took action to approve liability claim number 26-11 in the amount of $1,964.39. Do I read? I didn't think so. Also, in closed session on a motion by Ms. Rivera and Ms. Flores, on a vote of 5 members approved, 0 members opposed, and 0 members abstained, the governing board took action to approve claim number 25041860001 in the amount of $5,220. Also in closed session on a motion by Mrs. Rivera and a second by Ms. Gonzalez, and a vote of 5 members approved, 0 members opposed, 0 members abstained, the governing board took action to approve claim ASCY-012442 in the amount of $60,000 via stipulated award. And in closed session on a motion by Ms. Gonzalez and a second by Ms. Flores, and a vote of 5 members approved, 0 members opposed, and 0 members abstain, and the governing board took action to approve claim number 25628190001 in the amount of $175,000 via stipulated award. And that is all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The hour subscribed by board bylaw for the adjournment of the regular meeting having arrived, I'd like to move that the meeting be extended until all items are attended to. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Rivera. Was that Ms. Flores? In my defense, I could barely see and you're way over here. I'm sorry. Ms. Flores. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye, the motion carries. Beautiful. Discussion, information items. Approval of resolutions. Item 1 is resolution 044-26, board representative to the city of La Puente. Item 2 is resolution 045-26, proclaiming June 2026 as the National School Safety Month. And item number 3 is resolution number 046-26, proclaiming June 2026 as LGBTQIA plus Pride Month. Is there any objection to considering all 3 resolutions in mass? Hearing no objection, is there a motion to approve all resolutions?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Stanzioni and seconded by Ms. Flores. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, the motion carried. Item 2, appointment of board representative to the city of La Puente. 1 second. Let me read the right here recommendation. The superintendent recommends that the Board of Education appoint a board representative and an alternate board representative to the city of La Puente and provide direction and guidance to said board representatives. Is there
I would
Ms. Flores?
I would like to be self-nominate myself.
That's
Is that the word to use?
Yes.
I would like to nominate Ms. Stanzioni as alternate.
1 second. So that's a nomination of, sorry, go ahead.
I would like to also be part of this board. I think Ms. Stanzioni would be great, but I feel like she works in the city of La Puente. She's in Hacienda La Puente School District, and she's always talking about that. Even in the parade, she put, she was representing Bassett, and yes, she put it at the bottom, teacher of city of Hacienda La Puente on our dime. So I feel like she's not representing, I feel like she would not represent Bassett to its full capacity for our kids, what they need.
I would like to address that.
1 second, Ms. Rivera, were you concluding your comments?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Stanzioni?
In reference to the parade, I do have students that stood on the parade route, And I wanted to give them the affirmation that their teacher was waving back at them. Nothing to do with not representing this district. I believe that I would be a strong candidate in that I'm incredibly impartial. At the city council meeting, a number of my colleagues said that they were 100% in. I was not. I was objective. I am looking forward to what they can bring to us, but I'm not 100% willing to do anything they want. I think we need to protect our own city, our own community, because we are Bassett. And we may have a bit of land that belongs to Lapuani, but our community is Bassett. And that is a complete separate thing from the parade at Christmas time. And the sign that was put on the car was done with construction paper from my classroom, so it cost the district nothing.
Thank you. So I hear there's interest from Ms. Flores, Ms. Stanzioni, and Ms. Rivera. Ms. Gonzalez, you nominated Ms. Stanzioni as an alternate. And Ms. Flores and Ms. Rivera, were you seeking the main or the alternate position?
I would like to be the main.
Thank you. Ms. Rivera? Alternate? Alternate? Okay. At this time, perhaps if there's only one, so excuse me, Ms. Stanzioni, do you accept a nomination to be alternate?
I'm going to pull out now because I don't want this to become political. And I don't know if I would get the vote, and it's late and I don't think I'm ready to be disappointed that much. I want to represent our district in a non-subjective way. I don't know anybody at the city council. I don't call them regularly, nor do they call me. I believe that I would be the most objective, but I'd rather not get into the politics side of it. So I respectfully decline my name.
Okay, are there any further nominations? Hearing none, for the sake of facilitating the nominations that are existing, I will make a motion to appoint, or excuse me, I will call for a motion to appoint Ms. Flores as the main representative and Ms. Rivera as the alternate representative. Is there such a motion? So moved by Ms. Rivera. Is there a second?
Am I able to second this?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, seconded by Ms. Flores. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Aye.
Abstain.
No.
I vote no. This motion fails as it evenly split. I will entertain additional motions at this time.
What was that?
The motion failed. So are there any additional motions at this time?
So, okay, so I'd like to ask where would the concern be? Is it the main or the alternate? Because if it's the main, then, I'm sorry, because if it's the alternate, because that's what they both would like, then can we just motion on the main and then we'll look at the alternate?
Would you like to make a motion for the main?
How do I say that?
I could frame it.
Okay,
Would you like to make a motion to appoint Ms. Flores as the main representative?
I would motion that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Rivera. Any discussion on the motion?
Not necessarily a discussion, but more so the reason I would like to do this is basically I do have communication with the council members. I know them, I attend the events, things like that. And I'm more so very much supportive of Bassett and want more for Bassett. And I know that we could build those relationships. For me, it's not political. It's just a matter of what can working together we do for our kids. That's all.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
Abstain?
Aye.
Aye, the motion carries. We will now go on to the alternate position. Are there any nominations for the alternate?
I nominate Patrice Stanzioni for alternate.
Is there a second?
I will respectfully decline the nomination or the motion.
Motion declined for lack of second. At this time, I will move that this item lay on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Motion by Mr. Cimental, seconded by Ms. Gonzalez to lay on the table. Any discussion to table? All right, hearing none, roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Perfect. Congratulations, Ms. Flores.
Thank you, everybody.
Item 3, board policy update. One second. Board policy update policy 6146-4, differential graduation and competency standards for students with disabilities. The superintendent recommends that the Board of Education accept the first reading and waive the second reading to adopt board policy 6146.4, alternative diploma pathway for students with significant cognitive disabilities in alignment with the California Education Code section 51225.31. This policy will authorize the district to award a high school diploma to eligible students with significant cognitive disabilities who complete the state minimum coursework requirement and meet the state adopted alternative achievement standards as outlined in Assembly Bill 181. I would like to make a motion. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Again,
Seconded by Ms. Stanzioni. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 The motion's carried. Item 4, mobile phone policy initial discussion. The superintendent recommends that the Board of Education discuss their views on mobile phones on school campus, preferences for a district policy, and give initial direction to the educational services team in the development of a mobile phone district policy. The current California School Boards Association sample policy is attached for reference. At this time, this is just a open discussion. I will first ask, or I guess confirm that we've read the attachments that our staff has very graciously put together. Ms. Flores, would you like to be recognized?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Would you like to be recognized? You have your mic on. I would say with the sample policy that's provided to begin discussion, there is an option 1 and option 2. Attachments also include the parent feedback, which was a really great read. Essentially, to keep things kind of moving, because I think a lot of the work was done by our ed services team in getting this information pursuant to the board's previous direction. I would give direction, there's no objection, that of the 2 options in the sample policy, that we proceed with option 1, which would allow staff to come back with a final draft that would incorporate the findings of the parent survey, which would allow a bit more strict conditions in the elementary setting, but provide more flexibility in the middle and high school setting. Would there be any objection to giving that guidance to staff?
None.
Perfect. Without objection, thank you, staff, for putting this together, and we look forward to the final product next month. All right, we will continue to item 5, proposed personnel Commission budget 2026-2027. The superintendent recommends that the Board of Education not concur with the personnel budget as proposed and recommends that the Personnel Commission budget remain status quo for the 25-26 funding level of $411,163 for the 26-27 school year. Is there a motion to adopt the recommendation?
I'm sorry, we're looking to bring it back to 411.
Dr. Harrison, would you mind answering the question?
Yes, the recommendation is to keep it status quo.
I'll remind the board, and if the board does not concur, then to summarize, the default is the last year's approved budget becomes the budget for next year. So status quo is, to generalize, inevitable, unless, of course, we do not go with the superintendent's recommendation and go at a higher level. So I'm calling if there's a motion to adopt the superintendent's recommendation to not concur with the proposed budget. We could go with questions first, yes. So we'll open discussion first. Ms. Gonzalez.
Sorry. I just want to clarify that this is the revised budget after our meeting.
Are we still in discussion? Okay, so we did, myself and my colleague did have an opportunity to break it all down with Janelle. I'm sorry, Ms. Sanchez, Director Sanchez. I don't know, just help me out here. I feel to go back to 411 when that does not include their staff development, conferences, travel. They still spent that money. The money was still spent. They did go to that. My other concern is that the Medicare, there is no line item for Medicare in that 411,000, and Medicare is a given. You get that every the 7.65. Medicare is part of it. So, well, there's ups and downs.
I think our initial concern and the reason why we had called for a meeting with Ms. Sanchez was the allowance for the previous budget to move forward when there was so much spent after the fact, and which was a directive given by the previous superintendent. And so what we had requested was that we find a way to put those monies into an actual budget and not just let it kind of sit there without really knowing where it was going to come from.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I would like clarification as to why the superintendent is saying no to the budget.
Dr. Harrison, would you mind?
Yes, and doing a comparative study with other merit districts, it seems based on our district enrollment and the amount spent on health and welfare and salary for our personnel commission, there's a large disparity between the typical average spent per pupil in larger districts versus Bassett Unified. So in light of those numbers in our enrollment, I feel like, I don't feel like, but I can tell you from doing some research that based on the enrollment numbers and the size of our district, it's necessary to just consider the overall cost of the personnel commission expenses. Our proposed costs remain significantly higher than comparison merit districts, and based on the personnel salary, health and welfare cost, we're spending approximately $165 per pupil compared to our peer comparisons of $53 per pupil. And because of this, I feel like there needs to be a review of the Personnel Commission costs associated with our size for consideration.
And with that, I do appreciate Dr. Harrison and her team putting that context. I also want to contextualize that with, of course, as we discussed, that people cost with the larger districts is because they are larger districts and we are smaller districts. And in saying that, I in no way, as a former commissioner, want to in any way diminish the value that PC brings. But there is a point, and this is something that at least my last year as commissioner, I was trying to confront, especially with salary increases. At what point does the commissioner specifically, in consultation with the director, need to look at exactly as Dr. Harrison mentioned, the cost in the Personnel Commission organization. Again, I'm mindful of the status quo thing, so that's where I'm going to be at for today. But I appreciate the context with that, Dr. Harrison. Any other discussion? All right, is there a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation?
I motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Flores, seconded by Ms. Gonzalez. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, the motion carries. Third quarter 2025-2026 fiscal year results of site visits, reviews, and uniform complaint data, Williams. This is informational. So I will consider this item informationally received. Thank you. Consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board to be items that will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Are there any items under consent a member would like pulled?
Not for me.
Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as scheduled?
Motioned.
Motion by Ms. Flores, seconded by Ms. Rivera. Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, motion carries. This time, I'd like to call back from the table the appointment of board representative Sila Puente, the alternate. This time, because I think the city is expecting a second person, I will move that Mr. Simtal be appointed the alternate. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion of Mr. Simtal and Ms. Gonzalez for the appointment of Mr. Simtal as the alternate? Excuse me. Flores seconded?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, sorry. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, motion's carried. Thank you. Adjournment. The next regular board meeting will be held on June 9th, 2026. Adjourn the regular board meeting of May 19th, 2026. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Flores, seconded by Ms. Rivera. Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you very much. We stand adjourned at 11:26 p.m. Good night, Bassett.